Please join me in welcoming our next U.S. Senator, Abdul El-Sayed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kalamazoo, you fired up? That's what I like to hear. So can we just give one more huge round of applause for our union leaders, Danielle and Ryan? So I just want to know who I'm speaking to today. Let me just ask a couple questions. Who here believes in people over profit? Let me hear you. And who believes in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, not of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations? And who here knows that when we fight, we win? I must be in Kalamazoo then, huh? That's right. I am Abdul Rahman Al-Sayed. People know me as Abdul. And I know, I've got a perfect name for U.S. politics. My name might be different, but so are my ideas. And so is the vision, because I'm focused on people. Let me say that again. My name might be different, but so is our vision, because we are focused on the people. And that's why we're here with a certain Senator Bernie Sanders. He knows, he understands that we need more people willing to stand up to power without fear. Different name, different kind of leader. Now look, my dad, Muhammad, he took a bet on a country, this country, back in 1978. He took a bet on an America where it shouldn't matter what your name is or how you pray or if you pray at all or where your folks come from or who you love or how you identify. He took a bet on an America that is big enough for all of us. And I was raised by my father, Muhammad, and my stepmom, Jackie, a daughter of the American Revolution from about an hour away from here in the very heart of Michigan, Gratiot County. The thing they shared in common, a love of science and engineering and using their skills to help people. Growing up in that home, I knew from a pretty young age that I probably wasn't going to be anybody's engineer. I wanted to be a doctor. And let me explain why. See, on late summer days like this, I'd often find myself in a cottage on a lake in the heart of Michigan. But that was after spending so much of my summer in Egypt. As a teenager, I'd get shipped off to Alexandria, where my father was raised in a one-bedroom apartment just a stone's throw from a fish market where his father sold vegetables. His mother, my Teta Suad, was the wisest, most intelligent person I have ever met. But she never got to go to school. She raised 6 kids in a one-bedroom apartment of 8 to whom she gave birth. 2 of them passed before their first birthdays. They were an aunt and uncle I never got to meet, siblings my father lost before he turned 5. I'd spend most of my time in Egypt with my Teta Suad, and though she never got to go to school, hers was the school of life, where she learned about the moral lessons that even the most studied folks too often fail to learn. You can imagine me walking into that apartment, my hat backwards with my American kid swagger, and she's sitting me down. Habibi, right here. You can imagine her, points to one of my cousins, that one is smarter than you. Points to the next one, I don't have to tell you, is taller and better looking. Points to a third one, nicer, kinder hearted. Fourth one's more athletic. Fifth one works harder than you do. By the end of it, I'm like a puddle on the floor with a hat. By the end of this, I'm like, Teta, what do I have going for me? She's like, Habib, you have the best thing of all. I was like, what's that? You get to go back to America at the end of the summer. She was teaching me about opportunity. You can imagine, with that name, people like to question my love for this country. But trust me, no one loves their country like a kid who saw what his life might have been without it. So make no mistake, I love America. I know exactly what America gave me. I got vaccinated against diseases that killed my aunt and uncle. Incredible public schools. I'm a Michigan kid, football captain, lacrosse at U of M. I even got my med school paid for by a public agency at the NIH. But I love America enough to call her to be better. On those summer trips, it'd take me 15 hours to get to Egypt. And in those 15 hours, I would travel about 10 years difference in life expectancy. But I didn't have to go 15 hours to travel that gap. I could go just 15 minutes from where I grew up in Oakland County, and I could travel the same 10-year life expectancy gap. And here's the thing. I could never explain why kids growing up just a short car ride from me, whose families had been here far longer than mine, never got those same opportunities. I became a doctor to help people. Doctors ask two questions. What's wrong and how can I help? What's wrong? Big corporations making money off illness. Our systems puts profits over people. I learned pretty early in my med school career that the answers to what was wrong had a lot less to do with all that physiology I spent all that time studying, and a lot more to do with pathologies in our politics. Do you get to breathe clean air? Do you get to drink clean water? Do you get to walk in your local community without being victimized by a neighbor or the state itself? Can you afford the groceries that have the micronutrients that will grow your brain, or just the ones that have the macronutrients that grow a belly? Can you even see a doctor in the first place without having to worry about falling into medical debt? And as I kept reflecting on these facts, I realized that my work had to be back outside a clinic and a hospital. So I followed it back out. I've worked to heal our broken system. When politicians broke Detroit's health department, I rebuilt it. They had shut down a 185-year-old health department in a city with a higher infant mortality rate than my father's native Egypt. A city where our children face threefold the probability of asthma hospitalizations and fourfold the probability of lead exposure. Shut it down. I was hired to rebuild it, and rebuild it around the well-being of kids. We realized that 30% of our kids who tested positive for vision deficits would come back testing positive again next year, meaning we knew they needed glasses and we didn't get them a pair of glasses. So we put optometrists on vans at schools so that when kids got tested, they got their full exam and we could ship them a free pair of glasses within 2 weeks. That program that we brought to the city of Detroit for the first time has since delivered 50,000 pairs of glasses across the state. And I'm never going to forget the first moment I heard about what was happening in Flint. And the immediate thing I kept thinking was that our schools and the state of our schools might mean that our kids could be exposed to the same lead we were hearing about in Flint in the place where we systematically concentrate them most of the day, most of the year. And so we had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. The first 68 schools we tested, 19 of them tested positive for lead. So we got them on the path to being lead-free. And I got to work with folks like Dr. Mona, who broke the Flint water crisis, to help rewrite lead policy for our state. When a Marathon Petroleum refinery, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the entire state, wanted to raise their emissions, despite the fact that the EPA had said that there was already too much sulfur dioxide in the air, we organized. We stood up, and collectively, with the local community, we forced them to invest $10 million of their own money to reduce their emissions when they had initially applied to increase them. When kids needed glasses, we got them glasses, took on lead, made government work for people. I went on to run Wayne County's health department. We innovated, and we got to work. No family should have to go bankrupt over medical debt. In fact, medical debt shouldn't exist. So we erased it, up to $700 million for 300,000 people. When people were dying, we got Narcan onto our streets to save lives. We put free Narcan in 100 places. We took on big insurance and helped people. We did it because it was right. That's because I was taught that way. That's what I do. It's what I've done everywhere I've gone. I'm a doctor. I know how to diagnose a problem, and I know how to cure it. When I see something hurting Michiganders, hurting us, I'm going to work to fix it. Now look, I know I'm running for U.S. Senate, but I've been to the U.S. Senate before. And the last time I went to the Senate, it was to testify about the work that we were doing in Wayne County under the summons of one, Senator Bernie Sanders. Now look, I loved that job in Wayne County. I really did. And when I think about the kind of work that my teta would have been proud of, I think about that kind of work. But I'm never going to forget that day back in January. It was what, 8 months ago? Feels like 8 years ago now. I'm sitting in my office. I get a notification that the Trump administration has just frozen all federal funds. So I'm looking at line items in my budget that are frozen. The WIC program, food on the table for moms and babies, frozen. Federally qualified health centers, the last line of healthcare defense for people who don't otherwise have it, frozen. Vaccines, frozen. And just then, I get a push notification to my phone that after a long and storied career, our U.S. Senator Gary Peters is calling it a day. He's not running for re-election. And at that point, I had to ask myself, where is the fight now? Where does this fight go? And I realized that this fight had to go to the U.S. Senate. Kalamazoo, I'm going to tell you what you all already know, that in the history of our country, there has never been a president who is more dangerous than this one. He cheats, he steals, he's openly using his office to enrich his own family. Worse is how he lies to people, exploiting their pain for political win. Take, for example, that big ugly bill. He's gutting Medicaid, a move that'll destroy hospitals in local, rural, and urban communities alike, robbing millions of their health care. Why? To pass a tax cut for billionaires. And he's forcing our children and our children's children to pay for it in the form of $3.5 trillion expansion of the federal debt. And there's the way he's letting RFK Jr. run amok on the federal public health agencies. Yo, in case it's not obvious, you probably shouldn't put a guy who goes swimming in Schitt's Creek over the nation's health. what they never tell you is how he got that brainworm. Here's the thing that gets me most about RFK Jr. I actually agree on a lot of the problems. I really do. Pharma is a problem. I agree. Our food system is dominated by big corporations selling us chemicals as food. I agree. Healthcare should be more affordable. I agree. But the thing about RFK Jr. is that he lies about the solutions. Vaccines are good, actually. And even though he gets some of the problems right, he's too much a coward to actually take on the corporations who created them. Don't bring me a handshake deal with pharma to bring drug prices down as some kind of victory while you abolish billions in critical research that could have helped us discover cures to different cancers. Don't just ban red dye when you know the biggest issue with our food is the lobbying of huge megacorporations. And don't tell me you're going to bring down the price of our health care when you haven't said the three most obvious words: Medicare for all. Nope. And then there's Liberation Day. I think we're like on the third version of this by now. Look, I want to be clear with you all. NAFTA was a cancer on the American economy. And I happen to think that tariffs can be helpful. Kind of like chemotherapy for cancer, but not like this. All right? Any doctor will tell you that you've got to be pretty careful with chemo. Too much at the wrong times and you'll kill the patient that you say you're trying to save. But like all things Donald Trump, his tariffs are chaotic, ham-fisted, and self-serving. Trump is not serious about protecting American manufacturing. He's serious about using us. Trump only cares about CEOs who will bend the knee for sweetheart deals while the rest of us suffer through the inflation he's making worse. So look, we've got to stand up to Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this. As a kid named Abdul, you can imagine I've met my fair share of bullies. And you can go ask them how that went. I got receipts, y'all. So, too many Democrats tell you they're fighting only to show up with a strongly worded letter. We need Democrats who have the courage to stand up to the power brokers in our own party, let alone Trump and his goons. We don't back down. We don't back down. We don't back down. With all due respect, if they go low, we don't go high. We take them to the mud and choke them out. But look, we've got to be fearless, taking on the corporations and billionaires and oligarchs without standing down, without giving an inch. It's about doing what's right every time, because we work for the people. I've been at this now for about 10 years, and I've taken on big corporations, big insurance, big pharma, big everything. And I've even taken on our own party when they're wrong. Now, the billionaires will lie to us, and they'll lie about us. Let me say that again. The billionaires will lie about us to try and stop us, but it won't work. They attack anyone who wants to take on the powerful. They attack anyone who wants to fight for the people. They attack anyone who wants to change anything. Just ask Bernie. But we can stand up to their attacks together and take on the oligarchy. But Kalamazoo, I want to remind you of something. It's not just about what you fight against. It's about what you fight for. I'm getting to see all your incredible faces, and I see some familiar ones. And y'all might remember I ran for governor back in 2018. I'm grateful to all of you who supported us then. And I said something at the time, though, that folks weren't quite ready to hear, which is this. Trump himself is not the disease of our politics. Donald Trump is just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. So what's the disease? The disease is the rigged system that allows corporations and billionaires to buy politicians to do their bidding. They collude to suppress our paycheck for the work we have to do for them and raise prices for the things we have to buy from them. It's the utilities who buy off politicians to avoid regulation while they maintain a monopoly. It's the health insurance companies who keep jacking up our premiums just to make us wait in longer lines for shorter appointments and then pay yet again for the health care we thought we already paid for. So this is a campaign to do 3 simple things, and I'm going to give you a bonus fourth. Number 1, I'm the only candidate in this race who has never touched a corporate PAC check. Never have, never will. Our values shouldn't be for sale. So I can tell you with a straight face that we've got to get money out of politics. That means we have to stand up to the Citizens United regime. We have to make it illegal for corporations to spend their money to buy politicians and dare the Supreme Court to make another bad decision that sinks us further into the political abyss. Number 2, we've got to make life easier for people, make it more affordable. We need to take on the corporations that take too much of our paychecks. We've got to put money back in our pockets. So how do you do that? That means, that's right, say it again. She said it, y'all. We've got to rebuild the Federal Trade Commission under folks like Lena Khan to bust the trust again. We got to make it easier to join or form a union like our union siblings you just heard from across any sector of our economy. And we've got to make it easier to make America the best single place to build and scale a small business in the world. And finally, number 3. In the richest, most powerful country in the world, medical debt should not exist. Healthcare must be guaranteed. So we have to get on to the work of abolishing medical debt and finally passing Medicare for all. Pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So I'm going to try something here, all right? When I say 1, you say money out of politics. All right? And when I say 2, you say money in your pocket. And when I say 3, you say Medicare for all. Y'all ready with me? 1, 2, 3. I love it. Now look, I gotta be honest with you all, and you know I had to talk about it. Because we live in an era where our kids' schools are crumbling and our literacy rates are tumbling. So maybe we should be using our taxpayer dollars, I don't know, to build schools for our kids rather than sending blank checks to foreign militaries to drop bombs on other kids in their schools? So let me be clear. We need an end to the genocide in Gaza. We need a ceasefire and we need a lasting peace. Now look, I know, I get it. His name's Abdul, though. I know I'm not supposed to win this election. But I know that's what they've been telling you, right? It's a whisper campaign. But here's the thing. This election, it's not actually about me or my name, all right? It's not even about just one Senate seat. This election is about whether or not we together are willing to take that same bet my dad took almost 50 years ago. A bet on this country, a bet on each other. Are we willing to reach across the divides they tell us that we can't cross? Are we willing to reach across geography and race and ethnicity and faith and gender and identity to build the kind of America we all need and deserve? Are we willing to take on the powerful, to take back our government? Are we willing to take on the powerful, to take back our government from the corporations and oligarchs and billionaires? Are we willing to bet on a government of the people, by the people, and for the people? This movement is about us. This movement is about the people. This is about big ideals and bigger ideas. This is about taking on the powerful without fear and doing what's right. So when they tell me, Abdul, you can't win, I say, you know what? It ain't about me. See, I'm no stranger to public service in Michigan. I've been at this for 10 years now. And in the last 4 months alone, I've been across 45 different cities, done over 100 roundtables and town halls and meet and greets. I've been in your union halls, your coffee shops, your living rooms, and your ice cream parlors. I particularly enjoyed the ice cream parlors. And no matter where I go, folks tell me the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford that second gallon of milk or that second carton of eggs. It shouldn't be this hard to work the same job tomorrow that I worked yesterday and know it's going to be there for me tomorrow. It shouldn't be this hard to ever dream of owning a home if you're under 40 or keep my home if I'm over 65. It should not be this hard to see a doctor or know you're not going to fall into medical debt if you do. It just shouldn't be this hard. So when they tell you I can't win, don't look at me. Look at each other. Look at each other. Look at all of us, people from all over the state who've spent far too long being locked out of our own politics. They've locked us out by keeping us apart, by telling us that we can't reach across our divides, that we cannot see eye to eye with people who may look or pray or think differently than we do. But all of us who've got to go to work again on Monday know that when that alarm strikes, it's calling us to the same toil. And it shouldn't be this hard to afford the basic means of a dignified life when we come home. In Kalamazoo, we can't have nice things, all right? But only together. So here now, I'm calling on all of us to reach together for those things, to hold each other in the work and in the toil, to believe in the kind of America we can build together, to believe in each other. If we do that, not only will we win this race, Kalamazoo, but we'll win the future we deserve. I'm Abdul El-Sayed, and I'm running for U.S. Senate because it shouldn't be this hard, and together it doesn't have to be. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are too kind, Kalamazoo. You're too kind. Thank you. Now look, before I bring the OG on himself, I want to try something with you all, okay? You know how in politics, candidates always have to say, I'm the candidate and I approve this message? We're going to play around with that. All right, you all want to help me? All right. When I say one, what are you going to say? When I say two, what are you going to say? And when I say three, what are you going to say? All right. You ready? One. I'm Abdul El-Sayed and I approve this message. Ready? Two. I'm Abdul El-Sayed and I approve this message. Three. I'm Abdul El-Sayed and I wrote the book and approve this message. We're going to do one more. I'm not going to say numbers. I'm just going to use my hands. Y'all ready? I'm Abdul El-Sayed and I approve this message. All right, y'all. I want to tell you, I got the opportunity to meet the gentleman you're about to hear from back in 2018. He'd been somebody I looked up to for such a long time because of his clarity and consistency and honesty. And I remember just before we did a rally very similar to this one, I asked him what his advice for me was. He said, Abdul, you don't strike me as a very good liar. I was like, I'm not. He's like, good. In this business, you're either very good at lying or withholding the truth, or very good at telling it. And this is a man who's been telling the truth now for longer than I've been alive. He's been telling the truth from a Senate seat. He's been telling the truth from his mayorship in Burlington, Vermont. He's been telling the truth since he was a student activist on campus. He's been telling the truth. And I so wish that more people would have listened to that truth. Bernie would have won, y'all. But I couldn't ask for a better mentor, a better friend, and a better leader in politics. And honestly, I cannot wait to serve alongside a living legend. So my friends, Kalamazoo, let's bring up the OG.
Thank you, Kalamazoo. See, the reason, no. Now, I am in the Senate. No, should be Abdul. We need him in the Senate now. See, the truth is, I love you too. Truth is, I'm here for a very selfish reason, all right? I get lonely in the U.S. Senate. I need some friends. You're going to help me out? I need some voices in the Senate who are going to stand up for working class people, for economic justice, for racial justice, for social justice. We need Abdul El-Sayed in the Senate. What I want to do this evening, in addition to urging you to elect Abdul, is to beg of you in this unprecedented and difficult moment in American history to go outside of your comfort zone and to think outside of the box. If there was ever a time in the modern history of this country when the American people had to stand up and take on, and I'll give you some good news there. I've been all over this country. And what I can tell you, in rural areas and in urban areas, the American people will not tolerate oligarchy, will not tolerate authoritarianism, will not tolerate kleptocracy, and will not tolerate the continued war against the working class of this country. So what I want to do this evening is just talk a little bit about what you're not going to see on your corporately owned TV networks or in your corporately owned United States Congress. So let's talk about reality. Let's talk about what's going on in the lives of working people in Michigan, in Vermont, and all over this country. And here is the truth, not a pleasant truth, but it's a truth that the establishment does not want to be discussed, which is precisely why we have got to discuss it. In America today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of the United States of America. And it is an obscene level of inequality. And what I'm going to tell you, one of the things that the establishment does and what media does and what the culture that the oligarchs create does is they tell us what we should be outraged at and what we should accept or think it's not a big deal, right? Well, I happen to think that it is a very big deal, that it is a moral and economic outrage that one person in this country, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. That is an obscenity. That is not what this country is supposed to be about. But it's not just Mr. Musk. You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. You got CEOs of large corporations making over 350 times what their workers are making. So, in other words, point number one, today the 1%, the people on top, have never, ever had it so good. That's reality number one. Number two, it's not just that we're looking at massive income and wealth inequality. These guys have enormous economic power. Power. What does that mean? It means that in sector after sector of our economy, whether it is agriculture, whether it's financial services, whether it's transportation, you name it, a handful of giant corporations control that sector and determine the prices that you pay. And if you think one of the amazing things, you can go Google it, is that many of these large corporations that you're familiar with, whether it's Apple or General Motors or whatever it may be, they are themselves owned by entities larger than them. So you got a handful of gigantic Wall Street firms like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, that are the major stockholders in over 95% of American corporations. A handful of major Wall Street firms have enormous power over the economy. But it's not just, wait a minute, it's not just income and wealth inequality. It's not just concentration of ownership that they have. They also own what you see, hear, and read. You got 6 major international media conglomerates that control what 90% of the people see, hear, and read. And it's not just the traditional media, the ABC, CBS, etc. It is the internet as well. Look who owns Twitter, X, what used to be Twitter. That's Mr. Musk. Who owns Meta? That's Mr. Zuckerberg. Who owns the Washington Post? That is Mr. Bezos. And Mr. Ellison, one of the wealthiest people in the world right now, recently took over Paramount, which owns CBS. So these guys have enormous media power. And every day you are seeing their perspective. They are discussing the issues they think are important, not discussing the issues that may be important to your life. But it's not just income and wealth inequality, concentration of ownership, and the fact that they own the media. They also own a corrupt campaign finance system. And I know Abdul was just talking about it, but there is no political issue of greater importance than the need to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. So let me give you just a couple of examples of how Citizens United and big money is undermining American democracy. Elon Musk spent $270 million to help elect Donald Trump to become president. And his reward was that for a period of time he was allowed to be the most important person in the United States government. And he was allowed to implement his right-wing extremist ideology, which meant firing tens of thousands of federal employees, including scientists who are doing important work trying to understand disease, proposing to fire over 80,000 employees at the Veterans Administration, a real way to say thank you to the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend us, firing thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, breaking the federal unions. All right? So if any of you want to become an important person in government, all you have to do is find a candidate, raise $270 million, and you're in business. But between you and me, I don't think that that is what democracy is supposed to be about. And I'll give you another example. As part of his love of the oligarchy, Donald Trump and his Republican friends gave us the so-called Big, Beautiful Bill. In my view, that bill is the most dangerous piece of legislation passed in the modern history of the United States. It is a vulgar piece of legislation, and anyone who voted for that bill should not be returned to office. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, that bill gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, $900 billion in tax breaks for large, profitable corporations. Now that is vulgar, but what is even more vulgar is that in order to pay for those huge tax breaks, they cut Medicaid by $1 trillion and cut the Affordable Care Act, the result being that some 15 million Americans are going to lose the health care that they have, including hundreds of thousands right here in Michigan. So you got one reality, people on top, enormously powerful, doing extraordinarily well, controlling the political system, getting huge tax breaks. And then there is another reality. And that reality is that in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. Many of you are in families living paycheck to paycheck. And what living paycheck to paycheck is about is every day undergoing the stress of wondering how you're going to feed your kids, pay the rent, go to the doctor if somebody gets sick, and wondering maybe, when you get old, will you be able to have a few bucks in the bank so you can enjoy some kind of security in your old age? And every single day, tens of millions of families are struggling with that stress and with that reality. And you know what that stress does to people? It kills them. Now, what you don't hear much about is that in America today, despite the fact that we are the wealthiest country on earth, our life expectancy, how long we live, is 4 years on average shorter than in other wealthy countries around the world. That is a shame. But I'll tell you what is even more shameful, and you don't know this because you never hear about it. If you are working class in this country, you will live 7 years shorter lives than the wealthy. In other words, the stress that the working class and lower income Americans are dealing with now, it's not just that they don't have a fancy house or a fancy car or they go out to big restaurants. Who cares? What is going on is that stress is actually killing people all across this country who are struggling to survive. And in the richest country on earth, that should not be happening. So our job, it seems to me, is to do what the American people want us to do. And that is to take on Trump every step of the way. But we have got to do more than that. What we need to have, which we don't have, and certainly Republicans don't have it, as they move lockstep into authoritarianism, and the Democrats don't have it because they are also controlled by big money. What we need is a vision for America that works for working people, not just the 1%. The point that I want to make, when I make this over and over again, I hope I drum it into people's brains, is in this country, the richest country on earth, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Now, if we were sitting in a poor country, if you're in Haiti, in a poor country, and I would tell you all the things that I think should happen, people say, Bernie, we can't do it. We're a poor country. We are not a poor country. And it's time we started thinking big, not small. So when politicians come before you and they tell you all the things that we can't do, you tell them that in fact we can, and in fact many of the things I'm going to be talking about are being done all over the world. How many of you know that there is only one major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a human right? You're living in it. Now think about it. In this country where we have so many brilliant people, so much wealth, how in God's name do we spend more than twice as much per capita on health care as the people in other countries? and yet 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. And by the way, one of the reasons you've got to elect Abdul is he wrote a book on that subject. Health care is a human right, not a privilege. And don't let anybody tell you that we cannot do it. If other countries can do it, we can do it. And in this case, sometimes things cost money. In this case, providing health care to all will not cost any more money than we're already spending, because we're spending an enormous amount of money. All right? The issue here is deciding whether we have a health care system that guarantees health care to all people, or that we continue a system whose function is to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. That's the choice we have to make. And let me give you another area. Well, I would suggest to think big, but it's really not big. Everybody in this room knows, and we're here in a major university, great university, that we live in a competitive global economy, right? The future is not ours unless we have the best educated workforce in the world. Democracy does not thrive unless you have a well-educated public and critical thinking. All over the world, major countries understand that when they look to their future, they're looking to their kids, their young people. And I get a little bit tired of seeing politicians standing in front of the flag telling their constituents how much they love America. Well, if you love America, you love the children in America. And that means you do not have or allow to continue in this country having the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Every child psychologist in the world will tell you that 0 through 4 are the most important years of human development intellectually and emotionally. So if that is a reality, why do we have a broken and dysfunctional and unaffordable child care system? Why are child care workers in some cases paid lower than McDonald's workers? Why do we have an education system where in my state, in rural areas, and this is true all over the country, starting teachers, often with student debt, start off at salaries of $40,000, $42,000 a year? Why is it? Why is it? And this is really quite amazing. 60 or 70 years ago in America, believe it or not, major colleges and universities were tuition free. Do you all know that? University of California, City University of New York, tuition free. How in hell's name have we reverted over 60 or 70 years to a situation where kids are graduating college $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in debt? We desperately need doctors and nurses and dentists. Do you know what doctors are graduating medical school at? Anyone know? $500,000 in debt. And that is why, among other things, I brought forth legislation that would make medical school and nursing school and dental school tuition free. But in addition to that, as some of you may know, the oligarchs want it all. And among other things, they want to destroy public education in America and privatize it. Our job is to strengthen public education, and one of the ways you do that is by paying our teachers a living wage at least $60,000 a year. I want the best and the brightest. I want motivated young people to say, you know what? I dream and would love to become a teacher. Because I believe in the importance of educating our children. I want education to be prioritized in this country, to be appreciated in this country. Trump and his friends want to destroy higher education. I want to make public colleges and universities tuition free. So if you look at the system right now in terms of how it is working for working families, healthcare system clearly broken. Educational system, childcare dysfunctional, kids going in debt to get a higher education, public schools struggling with inadequate resources. Then take a look at another basic necessity of life. So you got healthcare as a basic necessity. Education, I think, is a basic necessity. Housing is a basic necessity. So you got a healthcare system is broken, an education system is broken, and you got a housing system which is totally broken. In America today, again, you know, one of the things we get used to these things, but there's some 800,000 Americans now who are homeless, including a number of people who are actually working. They're going to their jobs and they're sleeping in their cars or God knows where in a shelter. All right? On top of that, you got some 20 million households who are spending at least 50% of their limited incomes on housing. Got it? So if you're spending 50% of your income on housing, what the hell do you have left over, right? Nothing. All right. So maybe, just maybe, instead of providing the military with $1 trillion a year, maybe we build 5 million units of low-income and affordable housing. And when we talk about workers in America, let's understand that we have millions of workers who are working for starvation wages. And one of the great embarrassments in Washington right now is that we have not raised that minimum wage for a very long time. It stands, if you can believe it, at $7.25 an hour. Time now is to say that if you work 40 hours a week in America, you're not living in poverty. Raise that federal minimum wage to at least $17 an hour. Millions of Americans want to join unions today. And I know Michigan is one of the great union states and great union history right here. But right now, many workers who would like to join unions cannot do that because of the illegal behavior of their corporate bosses. That's why we've got to pass the PRO Act to punish companies that act illegally when workers are trying to form unions. There are a tiny handful of countries in the world that do not guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are one of them. Every worker in this country should not have to make the choice of staying home with a sick kid or not going to work and getting fired. All right? One of the things that I learned as the former chairman of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee is that in America today, it's not just that we treat our children shamefully, we treat our seniors shamefully as well. You know, and as a society where seniors are the people who built the economy, defended us in war, they are our parents, they're our grandparents. You don't just shuffle them off to some nursing home. What we have got to do is create a system which treats the elderly in their retirement years with the respect and the dignity they have earned. So what does that mean? What does it mean? It means right now 22% of seniors are trying to survive, I don't know how they do it, on $15,000 a year. Got it? You got half of seniors trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. And then you got some Republicans out there who are saying, well, you know, we should cut Social Security. Well, I've got a very different idea. No, we're not going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security. And we're going to do that by lifting the cap on taxable income. Right now, you make $10 million a year, you make $186,000, you pay the same amount into Social Security. Lift that cap, we can significantly increase benefits and extend the solvency of Social Security for decades. So I say all of these things, and there's much more. Clearly, climate remains a huge issue. You got a president of the United States who insanely thinks that climate change is a hoax. You and I know that it is an existential threat to our planet. And you and I know that we can create millions of good-paying jobs transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel, working with countries all over the world. Now, I say all of these things, and there's a lot more I haven't gone over. But the main point that I want to make to you, two main points. Number one, everything that I have told you is not radical. Now, people out there, our critics, the Republicans, some Democrats, well, you know, this is really radical stuff. It's not part of mainstream. It's communism, whatever it may be. But what I want you to know is, A, much of what I'm talking about already exists in other countries around the world. And number two, that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, this is all achievable. We can do these things. But it is not just domestic issues that we've got to focus on. We have to take a very hard look at what we are doing in terms of foreign policy. I am proud to tell you that I have led the effort in the United States Senate to end all military aid to the Netanyahu government in Israel. This is one clear example where Washington, is way out of touch with where the American people are. This is clearly a moral issue. I mean, this would be a horror under any circumstances. Over 60,000 dead, 140,000 wounded, mostly elderly, women, children. 18,000 kids are killed. And now, starvation of children. It is criminal. Of course it's criminal. The issue here is not only that it is bad, we are paying for the starvation of children in Gaza. And I will tell you, this is not what the Democrats want, not what at the base. Now, I've gone all over the country, and the response I get is exactly what I am hearing from you. The American people do not want their taxpayer dollars going to starve or bomb children of schools. And as a result of grassroots activism, we are beginning to turn the tide. A few years ago, people proudly said, "Oh, I support AIPAC. AIPAC is funding me." People are not saying that anymore. You know why? Because AIPAC is, to a large degree, precisely behind the refusal of the Congress to act morally and responsibly. You take a hard look at any candidate who's taken AIPAC money, and you ask them whether or not they're going to stand with the children in Gaza or with big money interest here in the United States. Artificial intelligence and robotics are going to transform our economy and the world. The oligarchs are currently spending hundreds of billions of dollars in AI and robotics. Now, let me ask you a question. I want an honest answer. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. How many people think, as presently constituted, AI and robotics will improve life for ordinary people? How many people think that it will hurt ordinary people? It's interesting. That is the response. That's the response I've been getting in a lot of places. Here's what we should know. In 50 years ago or so, with the development of all kinds of new technology, including cell phones, including computers, including flat-screen TVs, and all of this stuff, you would think, this is an interesting point, you would think that the American people say, wow, life is getting better. All right, I'm going to ask you another question. Pew Research, they're quite a reputable research company. They did a poll a few years ago. And this is the question they asked the American people. I'm going to ask it you. And again, don't tell me what I want to hear. The question was, do you believe that somebody in your position, somebody whose life is like yours, middle class, lower, upper class, whatever you may be, do you think life was better 50 years ago for that person, or life is better today? Well, what do you guys think? Was life better 50 years ago or life better? Raise your hand if you think life was better, is better today. Okay. Raise your hand if you think life was better 50 years ago. Okay, well, that's right. That's a good point. That is a very good point. So what we have, here's the point. Clearly, from our perspective, there have been positive changes. 50 years ago, you didn't have women governors. You didn't have women representation in Congress. You didn't have women doing all kinds of jobs. We still had racism rampant in the United States. Gay rights was at a very low level. So in those areas, life is, in fact, better. If you're black today, you can go out and get a job that you couldn't have gotten 50 years ago. If you're a woman, you can get a job you could not have gotten. Life is better. But on the other hand, there is a reason why 60% of the people in that poll said, no, I think life might have been better 50 years ago. And that has to do with sense of community, the sense that we are losing something, the sense that what we need out of human life is just human beings, the companionship, the love, the community that we need to thrive, that our kids need to thrive. We are losing that. And I worry very, very much. There's an expression you are all familiar with, that is, the operation was a success, but the patient died. Right? You all familiar with that? And that's what I fear. The system today is a great success. We had all kinds of technology. You can do all kinds of great things. Unfortunately, it ain't working for ordinary people. So our job is to say to the oligarchs, as we take them on and defeat them, that you cannot determine our future for us. And right now in AI, as some of you know, to produce AI requires an enormous, unbelievable amount of water and electricity and energy. So people's electric bills are going to go up to pay for AI, and they go out and get a job, and it's not going to be there. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So we're looking at environmental issues in terms of AI. You're looking at the loss of jobs, and I worry very, very much about kids in schools and critical thinking, and whether or not kids will be learning how to use their minds. All right, let me just conclude for the third time. This is my final and absolute conclusion. These are tough times for the country. At the very least, we need to elect strong members to Congress who have the guts to stand up for working people, stand up for decency, and are prepared to take on the oligarchy. Abdul El Sayed is one of those people. Please send them to Washington. Thank you very much.
What's up, folks? Check, check. Am I blowing your ears out yet? Give me a minute. All right. Happy Saturday. I do believe that it's Saturday. It is Saturday, August 23rd, 2025. We have 436 days, 4 hours, 9 minutes, 32 seconds until the midterm elections as far as East Coast time here in West Michigan goes. If it seems like a day late or early, it's because we will have a time change here before too long. Again, unfortunately. It's good to see you guys. I have not sat in front of this cam and mic for about a week. Last Sunday or some shit. So we just got done with another awesome Bernie rally right here in West Michigan, Kalamazoo. I found out, I guess it was yesterday. Streaming, I can't remember. Oh, the Texas Senate craziness there with the redistricting. So I was streaming that and missed a Bernie rally yesterday. But man, he's been on. I think I was telling Mel's that he's doing at least 2 a week, but it's probably more than that. So, as soon as I got on cam, our viewers got cut in half. Am I that goddamn fugly? Holy shit, Mel says it's 100 degrees there. I think Human said it's 105 down there by him. Yeah, I heard the West Coast, like at least Southwest US has been pretty hot. Hey, we've had our share. We don't get temperatures like that up here. But holy fuck, Michigan is surrounded by water. The humidity has just been insane. So it's 69 degrees right now, you guys, and it's not going to get any higher than that here again until Wednesday. Seriously, our high tomorrow is for the next 2 days or 3 days, is supposed to be 69 degrees. Dave, if I could pinch your nipple, I'd twist that son of a bitch. I'd snap it off if it's that cold. Oh yeah, happy Sunday, Dave. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Dave goes to the church of fucking blouses. He'll appreciate that. Dave goes to the Church of Harden the Fuck Up. So it was neat that we got, I don't know if the Space Cadet Laura clone there, I assume they were just being dickweeds to our sister Laura, or trying to be. Odd though, because like one of the accounts was from 2015, which is pretty old, 10-year-old account. Decided to switch their name up. Whoever you are, pretending to, or whatever, the Laura Chud, you know, we can just go back and see whatever names you previously named your channel all through its history. You know that, right? Maybe not. Maybe you don't know that. But we can, my friend. We can. So cheers to all you fucking awesome folks hanging out. Mel's and Dave and Jim and Human and Darlene and Macaroni in and out. And the LB on Point Chud. And the Laura Chud, and the Laura Chud, and the Laura Chud. And that's it. Jim Wedge. Did I say Jim Wedge? Be Nice is here. She rocks like a motherfucker. All right. I got who I got. If I missed you, I love you anyways. I don't care what your mom has to say about you. Moms are pretty harsh. So I don't know if I got some stuff I want to share. I don't know if I might be a little bit quirky or clunky trying to bring it up, but as we sit here and yap, maybe I'll try to get it set up. That Jesse Wells was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I don't ever watch Joe Rogan. I liked him for like 5 seconds because, I mean, he's one of the, you have to, you know, me and Mel's talked about it a minute ago, or not long ago, earlier, like, it comes down to fucking whether you want to accept, like, I guess maybe 1 or 2 points at least. Like, do you want to know the truth? And then when you know it, are you willing to accept it? And that seems to be a struggle. Like I've never lied to myself, right? I've sat there and tried to compromise with myself, my values, what's right, what I know is right. Like, right? Maybe some of you have been there. I don't know. I mean, we have this ego that's always bitching at us. Things will be better if you could just get to this point. Even though things might be great or nothing to bitch about, whether they are or they aren't, your ego is always going to be like, if we, you know, the sun's going to be this much brighter if you can just do this. So maybe it's tough in that sense for folks to, after if they're capable of having the courage to learn what the truth is, then having to accept it is a whole nother big ass step for them, I guess. I mean, for all of us, maybe. I don't know. but it's tough. I don't know. It's very, I've always told my kids, you cannot accuse people of shit unless you have a whole lot of solid, concrete evidence that they are, or it is, whatever it is you're accusing the folks of, right? It's why I've said in the past, like, what would it really be like for someone my age and my attitude winning the lottery? You know what I mean? Like, what matters at some point are I suppose we're all susceptible to greed. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for any of you guys on this. I'm trying to be as honest as I can about how I feel. And you can't know how you're going to react until you're in the spot like Joe Rogan found himself in a couple years ago, right? Where all of a sudden he was blowing up, and now he's the owner of this comedy mothership, really cringy ass fucking whole, like, I don't know about you guys, but like I've never, and I'm not being a cocksucker. I am a cocksucker, I guess, an asshole. Joe Rogan isn't a comedian. I've never ever for 1 second thought he was, and it's not like I can't stand the guy. He's just a moron, but he's calculated moron, right? Like, he's a fucking asshole. Maybe not a moron. Maybe moron isn't a good word to describe him. He's a fucking asshole. Right? And I say that because I'm giving him credit for being much smarter than what he comes off as being. He knows what the fuck he's doing. It's all about the money. But I don't hate the guy. I just think he's a fucking asshole. I'm sure he's blatantly, consciously lied, but other than that, he just like tries to play the concerned fucking citizen, right? But back to the comedian thing, he's not fucking funny. He's not. Have you guys watched any of his fucking stand-up shit? And I'm not saying he doesn't have a joke that might make me crack a smile once in a while, but he's not a fucking stand-up comedian. And for this asshole to all of a sudden be like the pinnacle for American comedy, it's mind-blowing, because he's a fascist fucking ignorant bastard. He is. Mel says that is the part of feeling that you have not been good enough, and you have been indoctrinated to believe that you must feel superior. Somehow we are taught that there is not enough, but we really have plenty. Yeah, exactly, Miles. It's like we've been indoctrinated is the perfect word, even though it gets used, maybe overused sometimes. I think you nailed it using it in this sense that what are we taught from birth, right? The pinnacle of success is to go to school, get an education, and you do those things to earn a good income, so you're able to earn a good income, not just a good income, but the best income you can, the most income you can, and always be updating that and improving it. For what? So you can buy a house or a couple houses, some cars, so you're able to afford to have a wife or a husband and breed and reproduce, which I did plenty of. But it doesn't ever address contentment or happiness or fulfillment, right? Because that is saying there's no end point with that sort of indoctrination, right? It's like there's no, once you get there, then you're good. Then you should enjoy your life. It's no, you know what? Get yourself a place that you're happy with. Meet somebody you love and connect with. If you have kids, you do. If you don't, you don't. But then your enjoyment is going to come from interacting and learning about other people and being with other people. Whether the rest of society tells you that it's consumption that's going to make you happy or not. You know, and maybe a lot of us did. I don't know. I dropped the ball on that, but I had no idea. I honestly did not. That was something I never considered, that we were fucking raised for generations in this country to obtain things. Seriously. That is what is instilled in us for 18 fucking years growing up, is that you need to obtain things. If you want to be successful or be appreciated or respected. B, I watched 10 minutes. B, I don't know if you caught it. I was disgusted because I really like Jesse. And to be honest with you, I was immediately struck by how much more serious he is in that interview. Though I have to tell you, it was less than 10 minutes. And you know what pissed me off and made me stop? He said and you'll probably recall this, sister, he was asked about his parents, and he said, you know, my mom was always painting and my dad was, you know, a mechanic and just putting stuff together. And I can't remember what it was, so I'm definitely going to bring it up sometime with the clip. I can't remember exactly how he put it, but he said something about, he said, yeah, my parents, I felt like they were creative souls or whatever, but they just music was never a part of that creativity. And he just kind of quietly said, I guess they were smarter than that. And Rogan just totally right over his head. And it's like, if you're a comedian, how can you fucking let that, maybe I'm being anal, B, but it just, yeah, I shut it off right then. I'm like, you're such a fucking, I just felt like Rogan was so into what he wanted to say and get across to Jesse that he totally fucking missed it. Like, this is, you know, probably one of the most humble folks that we have on social media, you know, with such a big platform and an audience. But I don't know, B. I know I'm pissy, but that shit fucking irritates. It's like, and again, it's that I just don't feel like Rogan's a fucking comedian. I think he's a wannabe, and he's like, we can all make fucking witty comments, you know what I mean, here and there. You watch his stand-ups, he is not funny. It's fucking cringy. It's cringy. Yeah, that irritated the piss out of me. I'm like, you know, you could see Jesse just like, he missed it, whatever. And I also only got 45 minutes into the AJ Gentile and Sean Ryan podcast, because for sure I'll be finishing watching that. But I do have a lot of appreciation and maybe some connections with AJ, but I also feel like he leans right in some ways that, and he doesn't, you know, it's not, and I don't mean to be like just totally put this on him, because he hasn't verbalized it in such a clear way. I don't know about some folks ignoring what Trump is doing even though they're right about some of the things that we need to get under control. You know, like the thing is that you see a lot of Republicans and or Trumpers, whatever, and I don't mean to mix the two because they're not necessarily. Nobody on the left that I know fucking condoned all the violence and looting and shit in 2020. Not one fucking person, you know? Nobody said we're fucking getting good things done by burning down Wendy's. You know what I mean? So I just feel like there's a lot of like, oh, this is all fucking liberals that are just all in support of ripping our country apart and burning it down. And any of you know that have been here know that's not at all how the folks that hang out here feel. That's not how I feel at all. And so it's tough for me with that sense. I relate to AJ a lot with, I had to stop at like 45 minutes in because, God, it was really slow going. And I wasn't ready for the emotional part of it because there's something about AJ that is he's magnetic personality, right? He's a good guy, I think, probably overall. Yeah, right on, B. B says, I don't care for his comedy, never seen it. I do like his podcast. I appreciate like a lot of the guests that Rogan has on. But you know, like they say a good joke, there's a grain of truth in kidding. Well, with Rogan, there's like a grain of kidding with the truth. Like, he makes light of some of these, or tries to, while pushing this really fucking twisted fascist conspiracy theory mindset. I mean, B, you're a good example, sister. If I can, and you know I don't like to put labels on people, but I think I love you so much because I think, well, I've said it before. You're an independent thinker, but you must see that Rogan is caught up in some fucked up conspiracies. And I'm not saying that you justify that by just because you enjoy a show. I watch a lot of shit I don't agree with either, but yeah, let me see if I can find it a second. I can. So this is hard to watch, you guys. And if you're going to watch it, you need to give it a chance. You're going to have to give it 20 minutes easily to get into it. It's really fucking dark, though. So I thought I might want to share a clip about that clip with Rogan and Jesse Wells, just because I was just, again, maybe it's just me being a fucking obsessive compulsive bastard, but I don't know. It was just a really crazy moment, and I ended it right there. And one of my Trumper friends who I have known pretty much my whole life since school. She finally admitted that prices are not going down. And I was shocked. She's like, "Look, I'm not happy with everything Trump's doing." I'm like, "What?" And then of course she had to, rebound. It's like, but I don't know if she said all. The Dems have fucked up everything. And I couldn't go there because she cut me off. She's like, "Troy, we can't do this. Look, you have different views. I have different. We can't do." I'm like, "Paula, listen to me. I just want to talk to you about the prices of food. I am not blaming Trump for not raising them or for not lowering the prices of groceries. I knew that it would never happen. I'm like, have you ever, and she's, just a couple years younger than me. I'm like, have you ever in 50 plus years known grocery prices to be lowered overall? It doesn't happen. So it's not that Trump failed at that. He lied to you. He lied to all of us, but a lot of us realized that it was bullshit. So I feel like that's progress. But she brought up the story to me about Whitmer, which I didn't know. Darlene, I don't know if you'd heard this. It's the fucking far right nonsense fucking propaganda machine has gone crazy and changed it from a $20 million thing into a $20 billion thing. And apparently there was, let me bring it up for fuck's sake. And usually, and it's not that I don't miss some things. But I wouldn't miss something like that with my news feeds if it wasn't, even though two of our local news networks did cover it a month ago, I guess. So I thought, it's very rare that I miss something that actually has some sort of legitimacy. So
months, I have lost 30 pounds.
Can you go into the struggles to get a...
all right, so again, this was with some, it was some earmarked money, $20 million for, okay, that's not, God damn it, that wasn't it. State grant, $20 million state grant.
Seems like it's corrupt.
A scandal in the halls of...
I will play. I'm going to be as neutral as possible on this. I'm going to play exactly what is being said from the fucking extreme fascist right.
Corrupt.
A scandal in the halls of Michigan's economic development arm. Some in Lansing seem to think so.
If there is corruption, like it seems like there is, then it needs to be held. These officials need to be held to account.
News unraveling on allegations of misuse of funds from a...
So I just want to be clear there. There we have a Republican, Michigan Republican, saying that if there's corruption, then it needs to be held accountable. I agree. But the thing is that people like fucking associating every bit of corruption with whatever person is at the fucking top of the fucking chain in all these blue states, right? Wherever there might be some wrongdoing. And I tell you what, as with me, I'm sure most of you are like, I've heard you and seen you, many of you guys say, fucking line them up. Line the goddamn Dems up that are doing dirty shit. Why the fuck would you will never ever see any of us liberals fucking defend people screwing us. You just won't. Bring them to fucking task.
$20 million taxpayer-funded grant awarded to an organization under Michigan businesswoman Faye Baydoun, a frequent donor to Democratic campaigns, including that of Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Global Link International was meant to attract entrepreneurs from around.
Now there is exactly, how do I, like I said, thankfully my friend was able to hear me out because she cut me right. She's like, Troy, we got to stop. And the conversation, she's frustrated. And I've seen it with chuds online. They are frustrated because they see their fucking dear leader failing miserably. Like he's coming after their fucking civil rights too. And they don't know how to handle it. It's like we usually are able to get real deep before she would get to that point. And we haven't even gotten started. And she was like, she couldn't handle it. She's like, have you seen the fucking corruption with Whitmer, the $20 billion corruption? Well, it's not. It's $20 million, and it was a state grant that was approved by our House and Senate, right? Like by our lawmakers, not just fucking handed over, by the will of Governor Whitmer. And the only connection is that this criminal made campaign contributions to Whitmer's campaign. It's like, give me a fucking break. It's like Mez has donated to my channel in the past. Does that make me does that make me corrupt does that make me MAGA because I had a fucking Trumper donate to the channel? That's exactly what this is.
Around the world to the state to create companies in multiple fields. But according to reporting by the Detroit News, Baydoun bought things like a $4,500 coffee maker, a roughly $11,000 first-class air ticket to a conference in Budapest, and put hundreds of thousands towards salary. Now, court documents from late last month reveal a telling picture that led to the search warrant and raid by the state attorney general's office last month on the headquarters of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. We now know that raid was connected to the Global Link project. In a statement this week, a spokesperson for the corporation saying, quote, MEDC has been cooperating with the attorney general's investigation into Global Link for well over a year. The grant to Global Link was appropriated by the legislature with the amount.
Bam. There we have it. The grant to Global Link was appropriated by the legislature. This has nothing to do with Whitmer. That's the kind of shit, and thankfully none of you folks I've ever seen doing this crap. That's the kind of shit that we can't push. I don't know if my friend sharing this story with me wanted it to be true or she was just too lazy to follow through with it. Either way, I don't know how we deal with that. Like, I will never give up on her. And I'm glad I didn't because, again, I said, today I seen her for the first time ever admit that Trump is fallible. So, yeah. My guess is this lady has done some illegal things and she'll be held accountable, as it should be. Mel says people are only good politicians for so long, then they all fall victim to the corps and lobbyists who pay them. Mel's, I'll tell you, I feel like I don't know how to. This is something that I've struggled with for a while now, because I feel like corporate lobby groups are, well, not this. I mean, where's my sign that hanging in front of my desk, right? That says "Prove me wrong." Corporate lobby groups, without a doubt, are just stirring the pot, right? Like, for fuck's sake, we have. I mean, do you guys realize? And I don't mean to talk down to you, but do you know that, like, our legislators probably write less than 25% of the bills that they fucking, push? Like, it's all written by corporate lawyers. All of it. This is substantiated, my claim, by the fucking Senate. The Texas Senate hearings that we just watched over the last few days. They said, half their fucking time was conversing about the lawyers that are redrawing these fucking district maps. It's the same thing with our laws. B says professional lobbyists should be banned. Citizens lobbyists if it was intended to be. Yeah, there should. Well, we have to be able to have the ability to lobby our Congress as citizens, and we can't. Unfortunately, and I don't know. I wish Putin was here, because he's really got a good take on this. There has to be. Unfortunately, we have to be able to collaborate with citizen lobby groups, right? Because none of us are ever going to be able to, you're going to have to know so many fucking insiders and whatnot. If just me or B want to go by ourselves up and get into Congress to be able to talk some folks, good fucking luck. Not only is luck going to be necessary, but you better have a whole big ass bank account to make it happen too, because you're going to have to be paying people off just to fucking get to our Congress, and that's a crock of shit. It's a fucking crock of shit. But ultimately, I don't see how we can't, because they're two separate entities. I do not see how we can't fucking do away with corporate lobby groups and still keep citizen and coordinated citizen lobby groups, because for fuck's sake, if we're not able to lobby Congress, we're more screwed than we are now, right? Like it seems futile probably at our attempts to lobby Congress, even with huge fucking citizen groups. But guess who doesn't want to be a part of that, you guys? Guess who does not want to do with corporate lobby groups? Guess what parties? Two of them. I know it's tough when TV's going to start fucking trashing the Dems, but when are we going to start holding ourselves accountable? When are we going to hold ourselves to a higher fucking standard? When are we going to be able to, who sit here in these chats and stupid little dumbass streamers like myself, when are we going to take what we fucking preach every goddamn day and hold the people accountable that it matters? When are we going to tell the Dems to stop fucking funding Israel committing genocide? When are we going to tell our Democratic representatives that we voted for to stop fucking stop eating from the hand of corporate lobbyists? When are we going to do that? This is the part of our system that kills me, because I do believe in our system 100%, but we're trying to get out of a mess working within a system that got us into the mess. The system itself didn't get us into the mess, but it's because of the way it's set up. Obviously, there's some fucking goodwill aspects to our Constitution and to our laws. Is there not? What happens when there's no goodwill? Our system does suck, Dave. But it's the best one in the world right now, brother. As much as I look to places like Oz and Canada and other countries in Europe, America is still the best system overall. Over all those, Dave. As hard as it is for you to hear, better than Australia's system. We just have, and you know what has got us into this situation is because we have such a great system. Because we rely on faith in each other. And sometimes we can be fucking duped. And we have been. Human says, I disagree, TV. We didn't do this to the country. They did. You can't blame us for stopping them from being evil, greedy fucks. No, they are evil, greedy fucks. Yeah. No, I don't, like, I'm not sure what I said, Human, that makes you think that I blame us for the greedy fuckers, but we have to, it is on us to fix the issues, right? I guess is what I'm saying. Maybe there are Democrats out there that are not hard enough. Is that fair to say? Like, I feel like I've seen some of you folks that are pretty mild-mannered starting to, you know, I always lean on Bill because, God damn it, that motherfucker does not split words, man. I feel like I've seen folks like Jay, you know, just myself, start to take a little bit more harsher slant to, yeah, if I miss, you know, if that's how I came across Human, I certainly don't mean it like, you know, some of us folks encouraged the corruption. I you know, that certainly would not be fair but we have to, do we not have to hold ourselves to a higher standard in all areas, though? Like, I feel like we're picking and choosing in some ways, like the Democratic Party is. Like, we're ignoring some of the stupid shit that we do that isn't right. And look, too, by all means, you can't fucking go wrong by voting all left for a long time to come yet. Whether they're going to be the best people in the world to vote for or not, for sure, I'm pretty comfortable saying that they're going to be much better than any sort of option on the right. Well, yeah, right on, brother. No, I feel you. Human says, historically, yes, we clean up after them while they blame us for the mess. Surely the argument isn't that we need to clean it up harder. Well, Human, brother, I'm certainly not like just all out trashing what we do on the left. And this is, I guess, maybe just as much of a self-reflection, brother. Like, I have not been proud of how I've interacted with politics in the past, like non-existent, right? That's unexcusable. And so I kind of I kind of relate that in a sense to, look, I guess human is what I'm trying to say, is that there's always room for improvement, right? For sure. James says it's just money-driven system, and the fact that politicians act in own interest, their own representation, while most of them do. See, I was trying to I totally lost my thought. I don't know if it was Mel's or B that was saying something about long-term politicians, but like, even, I think it was Mel's, even like, I felt like our freshman congressman, like, because even though a lot of them probably come from affluent families, or at least middle class, upper middle class, and you have the rare occasion where somebody comes right from the dregs, right, of a big city or whatever, right, and make it up, do well, right? I've seen that in my own family. Oh, I lost my thought, god damn it. Like, I feel like that a huge percentage obviously are middle class or upper middle class, right? But even that said, which I'm not and didn't grow up in, even that said, those folks are voted on locally, right? And each state or whatever sends them to DC, right? So right away, initially, from the get-go, I have to give, no matter what state, no matter what party they're from, they're kind of localized, and then they're shot up to DC. And what changes? Is it the influence from other Congress? Is it influence from their own party? Kind of a dark influence? And I say that with the Dems too. We've seen it. And I don't pretend to think that there isn't some reasonable or rational aspect to, look, we have to have cohesion. It's never going to be perfect. But like me and Human were just talking about, it has to be a progression towards always doing better, or always, look, we can never accept doing shit that makes us uncomfortable. That's my eyes. That's my thought. That's how I see it. And I guess kind of right along that same line is, back to Bill and Jay and myself and some of you other folks who have taken a little bit more harder stance lately, because we see the police state that's being pressed upon us. We have to be harsher, and that sucks for some of us who don't like to be that, like, don't want to be aggressive in that nature, because we feel like it doesn't really change the facts at all. It doesn't change, like, like, you can present the truth in a really kind of inviting way, I guess, a welcoming way, or you can present that same truth in a really aggressive, pissed off manner, and unfortunately it seems to make a difference when it's just the same truth. But I'm for sure ready to be aggressive. James says it's just did I read that? Money-driven system? Yeah. James says, let me pose a question. Everyone hear me out. Why aren't citizens voting on nominations of Supreme Court justices, for example, because they aren't capacity amazing? I mean, they are capable. Or they aren't capable. Well, James, you and I and Putin, and maybe Human was in on some of it. It's really, I feel like the three of us have. There's been just a couple. We've had some fucking pretty lengthy conversations about the Supreme Court and its legitimacy, being held accountable, having some sort of reconfirmation or affirmation of their abilities. And right, yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable at all, James. I mean, for fuck's sake, 10 years. Let's vote. Let's somehow reaffirm their ability, even if it's only in Congress, right? Let's somehow reaffirm their ability every 10 years, period. I mean, the Congress is going to change throughout those times, left and right. And I think that shows courage, and I'm sure a lot of you agree with me on that. That shows courage on our part to say, look, we are going to fight to continue a more open and honest and democratic system, even though with the system and I have not heard but a couple fucking Democrats who I'm still disappointed in saying that the fucking 2024 election was rigged. That shit doesn't fly with TV. And I'm so thankful that most of you, almost all of you, I've seen say, we fucking lost and you guys moved on pretty goddamn quick, just as quickly as I did. Like, what good is it to sit and fucking cry? We lost. The election in 2020 wasn't rigged. It wasn't fucking rigged in 2024. We lost. The sooner you accept that the Democrats lost, the sooner we can get on to finding out why and resolving the issue. Jay says, remember, faith no more's cheerleader video. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. BEAGGGR. My sister was a cheerleader. She did a be aggressive cheer. Be aggressive. BE aggressive. BAGGRESSIVE aggressive. BE aggressive. You're all good, James. We got you, brother. Yeah. It's I'm really, you can't look, I just want to be clear. I knew this was going to be tough, but I'm seeing more. I'm really seeing more of it in myself, and I know, and trust me, you guys, it's very tough, but I respect you guys all so much more than I'll ever be able to vocalize. I cannot hold my tongue about how I feel. And I just always want to be clear that my criticism of folks on the left isn't a both sidesism argument, right? You all know me better than that. But and how I hold, and it's not that I think I hold myself to some great standard that nobody else is capable of. But I do hold God, as maybe many of you do, every night I'm fucking at battle with myself. Every fucking night. Because this is important to me. I've done just about everything I want in life. I think I have pretty much. Like, there's some other shit I might want to do, but like the big stuff, being a musician, having an incredible partner all these years, having an incredible family, I got those things. I can give whatever time I have left for the rest of us. And it's not that I'm some sort of martyr or saint, right? This is how I feel, you guys. I don't want a fucking thing more for myself. It's not what it's about. Like, I feel like, however, I wish I had a good kind of outline for this, but we talked about the first 18 years of our life and being indoctrinated to obtain things, to get an education, to obtain things, to breed, reproduce, obtain things, obtain as much as we can, because that equals happiness. But then you go through that next phase where you obtain those things, you breed, reproduce, and then you get to where a lot of us are at the end of that, where you're an empty nester. You have everything you need daily, right? You stay warm when it's cold and dry when it's wet and fed when you're hungry. Your kids are doing okay. And so now what do you have to offer? And that's all it is for me anymore. Because I have a lot of offspring out there. Getting to be a handful of grandchildren now. How could I be okay with anything but fucking speaking up? How could I be okay with myself if I didn't speak up? Even if I pissed the people off that I, like some of you folks not that I pissed any of you off, but even if I say some shit that rubs some of you folks that I love and appreciate the wrong way, I don't just say it because I think you fuckers need to hear this. I say it also because it's like asking you to check me, right? Because I want to make sure I'm getting this shit as right as I possibly can. And there's no way in hell TV has all the answers, not even close. James says, again, the impeachment, a perfect example. Thanks for mentioning it, Jay. There should have been accountability, and it failed. Why? Because SCOTUS is bought. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by impeachment with the SCOTUS. I missed Jay's comment. Did he talk about how we keep SCOTUS accountable? Yeah, Jay says I get pissed when people demand we impeach Trump when first they are too lazy to vote. Yeah, well, Jay, it was a tough one. Like, I seen an interview with a Mexican-American couple or American-Mexican couple. I don't know how you'd say it. They were both natural-born citizens being detained and seeing themselves and then released right away. Nothing too harsh. Couple hours, he was anyways. His wife, I think maybe his wife isn't Mexican. She's just a white-ass lady. They're like, yeah, we're really kind of broken about seeing how human beings are being handled, whether they're here legally or not. illegally or not by the Trump administration. I'm like, you just earned exactly less than 0% of my respect. Get your fucking shit together. I am sorry, you guys, but I have 0 fucks to give about someone's feelings like that. You need to go out and you need to fucking grab your bootstraps and you need to, you feel like fucking shit for voting for Trump, asshole? You better have your ass out in front of that fucking ICE facility every fucking night. Seriously. How fucking stupid are you to vote for Trump in 2024? There's no excuse. To me, there was no excuse to vote for him in 2020. But all the fucking water under the bridge between 2020 and now. Who the fuck are you kidding? Go cry to somebody else. Grab your fucking bootstraps, grab your wife, and go fucking stand up for what's right. If you voted for Trump, you owe America. You do. I think it sucks that you were fooled. I do. I don't think you're a fucking subhuman, but you need to get your fucking shit together. Don't go on fucking PBS NewsHour and say, man, I really made a mistake. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the exact bullshit that I fucking mentioned. You're ill-informed, and it's purely by choice. You did not give a fuck to make sure that you knew what was going on. And it's not that we can all always know the truth, but you can know most of it. And unless you have your cranium firmly implanted in your rectum, it's not that difficult to see what's bullshit and what isn't. Jay says it comes down to the both sides are bad narrative spreading apathy, and Democrats also giving Republicans justification for choosing the greater evil. Right, Jay, like they just want, and that's why I'm careful about that, brother. And again, I know there's probably some things that I've said. That's why I yap as much as I can, because I want to make myself clear. I don't think that it's both sidesism. All right, that's not my position. You know, and I don't blame Democrats for the situation we're in. As certainly, I know I can speak for Jay on this. I blame the fucking complacent non-voters, right? And even though they're not fully responsible, because I still feel like we are a whole. And you guys use whatever spelling of whole you want. But seriously, like, when, you know, I was pissed off when I first started streaming 5 years ago about all the bullshit in Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq. Like, I held my hands up and said, I have blood on them because I'm an American. Whether I agreed with any of this or not, it's up to me to make a difference. Yeah, Jay says if you can't vote for someone, then you can obviously vote against someone. Mel says, Jay, racism and sexism and propaganda did contribute, and the crookedness of how we got all the swing states, tiny percentage of a win. Sorry, I know you guys are ripping it up in the chat. I can't keep up with all the comments and run my mouth. Yeah, that's exactly what it comes down to, human. Like, when I voted in this year, it was just a straight ticket, straight Dem ticket, right? Because there was no reason, certainly at a local level, that I had anything to worry about with like voting in some sort of extreme bonkers fucking Nazi Republican, right? So, or Democrat that was going to go that way, right? So I just vote straight Dem ticket. But yeah, there's just really, I would never push that. But so even all my criticism, you know, in the last few minutes, I'm going to tell everybody, right, you know, there's really no reason to vote for anybody Republican unless you can fucking verify that they're just blasting everything about this administration, everything about the GOP. If they want nothing to do with financing or campaign financing from the, you know, RNC, whatever. That's what it takes. Yeah, James says, I believe it's someone else will do the voting. It's not my problem until it is. Mindset. Well, James, it's all, you know, James, when me and you first met, brother, that wasn't exactly my mindset, but that was close to it. Like, it's really, I had the both sidesism attitude back in 2016. I did. And I was fucking absolutely ill-informed, lost. I had a fucking opinion. I had an unfounded opinion. And we're all you know, we all have the right to our opinion, even if it's based on ignorance. Sadly, mine was at that time. And that's exactly it, James. We have so many fucking people voting, and you have two parties, and my vote just doesn't fucking make a difference. And James, I feel like we seen that in a pinnacle in this last election. We seen that exact same thing peak, that exact same mindset peak in 2024 when you had Biden pound out such an incredible fucking massive landslide win in 2020, and then to have the really dismal showing that we did, or abysmal showing that we did in 2024. Rather, you know, back to, if I can go back to me and Human's conversation there a little bit about responsibility. You guys talk to me. It's obvious we missed something, didn't we? So whether I got it right or wrong, nailing what it is we missed, did we not fail somewheres to have such a dramatic drop in votes for Democrats? I'm going to leave you guys with that thought for a second. I have to do a BRB. I hope I'm not fucking making anybody's ears ring. I do appreciate you guys. Obviously, I didn't think I had so much to spill tonight, but I guess I do. Hang tight. I'll be right back. And I'm back. And I'm back, right back on it. James says both parties aren't even remotely the same. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And I have to second James' comment there. I agree. And B says both parties are corrupt. And I'm not going to beat up on B, but because I know she can be more, she can elaborate on her thoughts there. We have fucked up people in the Democrat Party. I don't know that we have anybody in the Democrat Party that I can think of that is like, for example, like, is it fair to say that Bernie may be as far left as our party as the Democrat Party gets? I say our party, even though I register as independent. Is it fair to say that Bernie is as far left as the Democrat, even though he also is an independent? I think that's fair to say. So the same way, and I struggle with this, but you guys can hold me to it, right? I've never said that I think all Republicans are corrupt or, dirty or, evil or whatever it is. Unfortunately, it seems like a large majority of Republicans right now are spineless. And that's a worry. That's concerning, right? But you guys have also heard me say many times that at a minimum, we have to have a solid, sane, moderate Republican Party. Because I don't know about you guys, but I would not at all wish a fucking super majority Democrat Party in our country. Maybe right now for a minute. Maybe, I don't know. Because we know where that can lead. That does invite some soft spots and areas for the wrong people to come in. So are there individual, politicians across the board that are corrupt? Absolutely. Can you just say, look, don't vote for Democrats because the whole party is as corrupt as Republicans? I don't think that's fair. Yeah, Jay says, how do we define corrupt? The existence of corruption or the policy that steals from the poor to give to the rich? Right. Right. And, Jay, and that's it, brother. And I don't know, it's not been an easy transition for me. As for some of you, it's like, again, if I can just lean on our brother Bill, and I keep doing that because honestly, he's an island, and I love him, and I know you guys all appreciate him. But he is never, and not that any of us are ever, thankfully, I hope you guys are all, I think you guys are all really comfortable saying whatever the fuck it is you want here. Because, I'm making myself vulnerable to you guys by trusting that you're giving me a chance, even though I don't, and it's no excuse. Like, I'm never going to say, oh, I misspoke, even if I'm not able to express myself clearly. I don't shy away from what I said, or what I say, but oh, God damn it. Now I got to go back and read Jay's comment. Yeah, we have to, it's been a tough transition for me, but I don't give a fuck anymore because I want nothing more for myself. Like, I am not, it makes me sick when people say, oh, you vote fucking Democrat because you need a fucking handout, because you're a fucking government assistant, because you're on fucking mental disability, because you're on fucking food stamps. Well, you know what? You're an asshole. And a lot of those kinds of fucking comments just get blown off because it's obvious those people either are just, trolling, or they absolutely don't understand that you just can't go fucking apply for disability and food stamps and Medicaid and get it because you choose not to work or whatever the fuck the issue is, right? So but I don't have any wishes for, like, I don't need any of what you guys earned or worked your ass off for in life, or any chuds, and I know you guys understand this. So I'm okay with fucking getting dirty. I really am. Because it sucks. I sit here and ask myself, is it okay to do what you might question yourself about, or what you might find yourself personally questionable, ethically, morally? If you don't, the end result could be us turning into Russia, Belarus, North Korea, China. Yeah, it is okay to do that. It is okay to get that dirty. I don't see how you can be a decent person if you're not willing to make it about more than just yourself. You know what I mean? Darlene says, TV, your streams are always comfortable and relaxing. I'm sorry, sister. That's funny. Oh my God! If this is relaxing, you have a high pain tolerance. Whew. Fred, did I say hi to you, mother brother? Cheers to you if I didn't. Yeah, Jay says disability and food stamps is money that keeps local businesses running. Trickle up works, trickle down doesn't. Exactly. Yeah, Jay, that gets missed a lot. That's something that pisses me out too. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit off, but it's kind of in the same sense. Like, the tax breaks for these fucking when they, why? Look, I am not gonna sit there. I think a lot of us have said this. Look, we have to promote at least as much, hopefully more, of what what the libs have to offer, rather instead of or alongside of what the Republicans are doing to destroy us, right? So, like, why don't the Democrats hammer down more on these tax cuts for corporations? Don't create jobs. You know what creates jobs? I know you guys know what creates jobs. Will you guys play along with me? Somebody throw it up in chat. What creates jobs, you guys? One word. Starts with a D. damn typos, isn't it, James? Why don't we hammer down on shit like, because these are the difference makers. I think it was Mel's that said, we're not going to make any significant difference. And I don't know if it was Mel, somebody earlier when we were watching the Bernie thing, that we have to get comfortable with changing our tax policy to tax the fuck out of the rich if we ever want to see a normal distribution of wealth. Like, I've given this example, and I don't understand why, and not beating up on you guys, but like, I don't see it anywheres in conversations among liberals that when you give a tax break, in which Trump did give a tax break to the poor and middle class. Look, I'm not denying that, but it's not significant enough. The thing is and I don't know the exact breakdown, but let's say that Trump would have gave 1% less of whatever tax break he gave to the top 10% and added that to the poor and middle class tax break, 1%. Not shit, because you got to think about 1% to their income. If you make fucking $30,000 a year, what is 1%? Right? Or whatever 1% of the taxes you pay on that $30,000. It's fucking toilet paper for a month. But they're going to spend it. You keep that 1% that I'm asking you to just switch categories. You keep it at that fucking, top 10% earners in America. They're not changing their spending habits. It does shit for the economy. It does shit for the people like Jay just mentioned, the fucking local store owners. You give that to the poor and middle class who they don't have bank accounts. Me, including myself in those poor and lower middle class, we don't have bank accounts that we're building up. You give me an extra $300 a year and I'm fucking spending it somewhere. That's what builds our economy. When you give that, and I only use that 1% exchange as an example, whatever it is you give or change, when you keep it in that upper 10% income earner in America, you are hindering the growth of our economy because those people are changing their spending habits. They're living however the fuck they want, whenever they want. And I'm okay with that. But if we're talking about making America stronger, you can't do that by continuing to move the wealth up. What was Bernie's quote? I've heard him. I took note of it a few rallies ago that Elon Musk wealth is greater than the bottom 52% of this country. There's 360 million Americans. I don't know how many households or that breaks down to, right? Would it be fair to say out of 365 million Americans that we have 100 million households, right? Couple, 3, 4 people at the most on average for an average per household. Do we have 100,000 households, 100 million, households in our country? He has more wealth than 52 million households in this country. it starts to get hard to wrap your mind around, doesn't it? I've talked to you guys about this before. It's a really tough thing for me, even though I'm a poor bastard. It's because I am a believe in freedoms, right? I believe in capitalism as a good thing if all players are honest, but we don't have that. And so now you have to regulate or legislate keeping people honest, and that's where it starts getting sketchy, and you have to is it okay to tell people how much they can own, how much they can make, how much they have to pay people? You guys know it's a fucking tough thing. And most of us just look at people like Elon and Bezos and think, why aren't you humble? You're the wealthiest people in the world. What do you have to have why is it important to you to think that, to portray that you created this all by yourself? I've given the fucking, example of if Bezos had given all 36,000 of his employees, $175,000, how that would change things for those folks, what it would do with his company and the jobs it would create in America on a smaller scale, but just you can ramp that up. Fred says 130 million households. Thanks, Fred. Appreciate that, brother. So I wasn't too far off, right? I don't know what our exact population is at the moment. Yeah, that's interesting, Fred. So that gives us a better insight on what the average size household is, too. I won't say who, or I won't say, anything too personal, but I know, I don't know how many kids Fred has. I think Jay has 1. Mel's has 2. I think James has 3. I have 5. Did I say human? Human has, I think human has 2. Yeah, so, to think about that, 130 million households. And so what's 52? Fred, are you still on your math, brother? Because I don't want to bring up my calculator. I'm terrible with percentages. So what's 52% of 130 million? Fred says 2. 2 only. Yeah, so TV has kept, I've been a part of keeping our average up there a little bit. Well, what is it? I think I've looked that up sometime last year. I do bring it up once in a while. The average, the number of kids that an American family has or a couple has is 2.35 or some shit like that. About 65 million. Yeah, maybe 70 million, right? 65 million would be exactly a half of 130 million. So, right, 68 million maybe. Mel says Liz Warren has I'm assuming you mean Liz Warren has the good stats on that. Yeah, 65.5 million. Right on, brother. 67, excuse me, 0.5 mil. So Elon Musk himself, and though I don't know like how all the legal shit works, because it seems like in our country, as much as I love and appreciate it, we got, you know, it's quite astounding, honestly, isn't it, that our founding fathers were able to do such an incredible job for about 248 years. God damn it. Whew, hats off to those folks, but shit. Now we have to adjust. Imagine Elon Musk, one individual, and I was getting around to it, I was thinking of all his offspring. Who knows how many, 11 or 13 or something like that, 12, 13 of them. Wow, one person having more wealth than 67.5 million American households. Not Americans, American households. Elon Musk has more wealth than 67.5 million American households. Families. Families. Not households. Not fucking roofs with some fuck up living in it. Human beings. Human Americans that help make us, whether you agree with them, love them, hate them, you do or you don't. They make this shit, they make America, they have a bigger part as you and I. Humans, stop removing your messages, dude. Why would you have to do that? You can't say anything wrong here, brother. Unless it was just like unless you were fucking pocket dialing or posting. I missed Human's comments. I'm pissed that he deleted them. You guys are all right. You know that? For fuck's sake, you know, we're fucking humans. We're so imperfect. I have no desire to ever, like, I can't imagine. That would probably be not a good thing if there was such a thing as a perfect human, right? Well, I guess that would make them infallible and absolutely fair and whatever if they were perfect, I suppose. But, you know, I don't get it. I don't get why we are so feared or so I don't get it, man. I'm discouraged, you guys, because you know how much I love peoples. We have to these fucking Trumpers. Many older than me, born right here in the United States. Maybe generations longer than my family. What the fuck is wrong with them? How are these the folk? How are they missing it? How are Republicans missing the absolute incredible ideology of what America was built on? Do I sound really fucking cringy yet with the... I'm not overdoing it. I don't give a fuck. That's exactly how I feel. Like, I'm just a really, like, medium educated, Midwestern, middle class, middle-aged white guy. however fucking stupid it sounds, I seriously, my whole being is like, I know that we can just do so much more together, and fuck what I think personally as this is the way it has to be, as so much as it's so much more rewarding to work shit out with folks, you know? Yeah, who said that, Jay? It's all right. I still got my guitar. Jimmy Hendrix. Jay, did I get the Jay, was that a reference, brother? That's all right. I still got my guitar. Pretty sure that's Hendrix. Or what does he say? Just let me sit back and play my guitar a minute, all right? Yeah. Is that Rolling Stone? Here's a little song about by Bob Dylan, and that's his grandma over there. Wow, wow. Yeah. Just let me sit back and play my guitar, all right? B says she's not a believer in evolution. B, what do you mean? B, I never known. Are you a pretty dedicated Christian, sister? You know what, B? If you tell me you are a faithful Christian, you just got a whole bunch more respect from TV. Not that that fucking matters worth a shit, but you don't ever fucking preach at all. I'm not sure I ever seen you make any sort of religious comments. That would be a true Christian, right? Humility, I guess. I don't know. You know, I've shared with you guys that my daughter, my oldest, is married to a preacher's son. They're moving to Florida. Just had the third granddaughter, and they're fucking moving. I could share so much about me and my oldest daughter's relationship. It's awesome. And it's, yeah. I had a hard time a minute ago. A few weeks ago. Oh, B says she's an atheist. Yeah, but how could you, yeah, but why would you not be able, why would you not believing in God cause you, well, I'm not saying, I guess that's not what you're saying that. So B, you don't believe in God, but why the statement that you don't believe in evolution? What do you mean by that? Like you don't believe in evolution of humans from something, like, I don't understand. Do you have, and I don't expect you to have an answer because I don't, for fuck's sake. I mean, the possibility, there's just too much we don't know, right? So I don't have any more, like I could see us having been some sort of being some sort of GMO, just as really the possibilities of us being modified or some sort of species being modified by a higher intelligence. Why is that not just as possible as us evolving from dust over billions of years? We shouldn't. I fucked up. I don't want to turn this into a religious conversation. B, you don't think how much of a science fan are you? You don't think that our energy has any sort of existence after we leave here? I'm just asking, sisters, because I don't know. I've had one out-of-body experience, and I've shared it a few years ago a couple times. It's I can't. It's got to sound wacky, but yeah, it was such a short moment, but. Yeah, I don't know. Mel says, I think it's more than that he has more than half of America. Yeah, right on, Mel. So Bernie Sanders has given that statistic, his last few rallies, that Elon has more wealth than 52%, the bottom 52% of America. So slightly more than half. Fred says human chromosomes number 2 is for me the best proof of evolution. Yeah, look, like for one, too, and though I'm a science, like I've shared, I don't know how, I'm assuming just being, the age we are and a lot of like the income and backgrounds that a lot of us here kind of share. God damn it. Now I got to go back and I haven't done bad staying with it. I lose my thought a few times tonight. Yeah, like a lot of us had some sort of probably experience with Christian churches, whatever denomination it might have been growing up, right? Like I never realized that I went to an Assembly of God church as a kid, and my great grandmother, who was family matriarch, it's still kind of like I just kind of put it out of mind because I know her, who she is and was, and what she preached and practiced. And eventually they did, I'm not sure why, because in the 70s I was pretty young, but there was nothing off about Granny Green at all. Now, her son, my grandpa, he was a tough character. But she, and I'm sure she had to have that long before I was ever even thought of, right? But Assembly of God churches were pretty fire and brimstone type thing. And so eventually they, it was more, I can't remember. She would have been part of the Salvation Army Church as later on. But, and then, so I wasn't like, we weren't forced to go to church. I mean, I was never at a teen or beyond forced to go to church. And when I was a kid and mom brought us to church, I never once felt like I was dragged there. I was a youngster. I didn't give a fuck. It's like something to do. Go hang out with some kids, sing some songs, whatever. But then when I was 34 and was searching for some answers, I ended up going to a Southern Baptist church, which isn't that far off from, I guess, the Assembly of God church, right? It's, but I think that we have evolution take the time it takes, even those of us who are into science, and I'm not great at wrapping my mind around these huge expanses of time, right? It starts getting, maybe Dave is, but like even though I understand and believe in evolution, it does start getting really difficult. It's like, Jesus Christ, how did we really form from fucking these single cell things and go back and forth to the water over millions of years? And it's like, I think that because of our such short lifespans, that it's just really ultimately beyond a human being's capacity to accept or to understand whether it would be true or not. I don't know. For sure, though, I believe that energy never dies. It just changes forms. I think, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because humanity and society in 2025 across the world is pretty fucking intelligent in a lot of ways. But for some reason, and I suppose there's a good aspect to it, our primal instincts will not allow us to let go of the way that these primitive people were able to reconcile things, right? How they were able to keep themselves. And that's what creates a society. You have to have some sort of order, even if it's not fully fucking founded on facts. Yeah, right on, human. Science plactates believers. Yeah, Dave, I wish I could, and I know you've probably seen it because you're a Lex Friedman fan. There was one particular, God, I don't know what he is, fucking computer and like quantum physics mechanics guy at the same time. Like, he laid it out so good about how the universe and what we're able to see of it, if we're able to kind of envision that, like, even, well, like Dave is a good example compared to someone like me, right? Like, because he's a coder and really, like, there's some things, like, I was watching Jesus Christ, I'll try not to get off too far, show again, because I find these quantum computer qubits, the difference between, I understand, like, I can, how I was saying a minute ago, there's just some things I'm not able to let settle and wrap my head around, and that's qubits and these, what's the term, Dave? Random positioning or whatever it is. But so, this guy kind of, set it up like the universe is, maybe quantum mechanics is set up like a computer, like a basic home computer for us. Like, someone like me is able to run a keyboard and a mouse, and the interface is, I'm able to comprehend it, right? But that's like whatever small percent of what this computer's doing at all times, right? And that's kind of how maybe the universe is. Like, we're able to see, we do have a thing at quantum mechanics and quantum physics, but maybe even the most informed or able folks in those areas only see it as an interface to what it is, because we're three-dimensional beings that maybe just are not capable of, like, I'm not capable of understanding what's behind my keyboard and mouse the way Dave is. So I guess I'm looking at Dave as like a god. An Adonis, maybe. Yeah, right on. Yeah, I think, that was one of the coolest things, and I bring up the double slit experiment because I think if anybody thinks, Jesus Christ, TV, you're just a fucking whack job. If you don't understand, if you're not familiar with the double slit experiment, if you don't believe, and this is where shit gets tough, and I usually get a lot of you guys to go quiet, is the power of intention, right? And so, and I've only had one person, I can't remember who that was, when I said that term, power of intention, they said, that's fucking prayer, TV. That's like praying. And it absolutely is. Because it works the same way. Jay says they are measuring brain size over time from skulls and matching them to DNA. I would say more scientists accept evolution as fact than scientists accept climate change being caused by mankind. I would say more scientists accept evolution as fact than scientists accept. Yeah, that's a weird... well, Jay, brother, though, like, smart people get hung up in their ways, right? And so maybe they'll cut those same folks that believe in evolution, but for some reason don't believe in climate change, are caused by man, it's just going to take time, stubborn, I guess. Fred says, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you really don't. I don't think, I think I understand as much as that's been able to be explained to us. Yeah, right on, Dave. I agree. Dave, you can fucking shout that from the rooftop. I don't think there's a more important experiment. I don't. I don't understand. Dave, maybe there's folks that have just been studying this over and over and over for years since then. I don't know, but and maybe there's, as you know, brother, it gets really fucking creepy, right? When you start recording the experiment or viewing the experiment live or reviewing the recorded experiment, it's really fucking creepy. It's maybe like back to Fred said, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you really don't. Or as soon as you think you understand it, you don't. It's fucking freaky. It is. I had to come to some sort of acceptance that, because I'm not like 100%, like, for one, it's not, there's always variables, right? But, when you look at the odds that we're in a simulation, it's pretty crazy. But there's something, after a while, there was something calming about that. Like, okay, good, this isn't real. It is. It's our version, Dave, for sure. Dave says this is the world we live in. I agree, Dave. I believe 100% in the ability to affect our surroundings by our thoughts, because our thoughts are energy. Energy is everything. There is nothing. The fundamental foundation, the absolute core of what we experience is electricity and magnetism, period. I mean, and it's freaky if you, and you don't have to hang on it, but it's extremely, I mean, I think it's worth fucking spending a lot of time experimenting with and studying, right? Like, we're just a big old bunch of globs. Like, TV's just the same bunch of globs of atoms that you guys are, and as this mic is, and the monitor, and the camera, and your computer, all the same fucking atoms. How does that shit fucking work? Is it because we want it to? Jay says, don't be fucking shaking the host violently, Dave. Jay says, holds a big bone up in the air and howls at the black obelisk. Ow! Human says he still has trouble with 6 string theory. There's 11 of them, Human. Or, not string. I think, doesn't string theory suggest the 11 dimensions? I say as though they exist. Doesn't, let me rephrase that. Doesn't string theory suggest 11 dimensions? I can't even see, now that's some shit I can't wrap my head around, you guys. I really start, I think for a minute I have an understanding of time. Like, I think a good spot to start is that it's just a construct that man has created within our solar system, right? Time on other planets, if you use that, it right? But certainly if you can get kind of beyond that view of what time is, we do exist we exist within a period, right? It's very hard to describe like our life without suggesting that it's a length of time in some sort, or at least without seeing it that way subconsciously. The G-string theory. I love it. Darlene's like fucking just, she's a fucking learning cat lately, I'll tell you. Darlene says that string theory proposes that fundamental particles are not point-like, but tiny vibration strings with different vibrations corresponding to different particles. It aims to be a theory of everything, but by unifying gravity with quantum mechanics and the other fundamental forces, the theory requires extra spatial dimensions, which are thought to be curled up and unobservable at our scale. While mathematically elegant, string theory faces challenges, including a lack of experimental evidence and a vast landscape of possible universes. making it difficult to test and falsify. Yeah, for the most part, I think string theory it's not like been abandoned, but it's there's more. There's been other areas that like quantum researchers have kind of gone into. I mean, there's something to it, to string theory, without a doubt. Like, but I think maybe just the same as, for sure, like, we're only able to observe as, magnified down as we are. What is it, Dave? How low are we able to go? Just into individual nucleuses inside of a atom or whatever? And so we really don't understand why. Probably the biggest deal is just what we keep calling dark matter. Human says we thought we were the first to figure out superposition, but then we saw it in the Kama Sutra. I was so pissed when I found that book. I was pissed, human. I'm like, for fuck's sake. Mrs. V told me there wasn't more than one position. More than one superposition. Anyways. I snorted. Dave says TV2. GPS satellites need to update regularly because they experience time slower. If it didn't, your GPS would be off by miles. They don't experience time slower, Dave. They are not moving. They experience Dave, that's not fair. Help me out with my words. It's not that satellites experience time slower than us. It's that their time in the sun or their the revolution around the sun is slower than ours because they're farther out than we are. Correct? Yeah, perception is. Yeah, supposedly, like if and I got into that shit for a minute, like the ascension thing. Like, I mean, I can kind of wrap my head around that. We'll ascend from. That's what I was asking B about. She bailed on me, by the way, when I asked about her thoughts on does our energy, any part of our energy carry on, whether it's a conscious energy or not, or has any sort of imprint of memory of what we were physically in this 3D world. But yeah, like the fourth and fifth dimensions kind of go hand in hand. But again, the fourth dimension is just, I don't know. I still struggle with that one. Like I have a easier time understanding just a whole different dimension right here in front of me that I can't see. Yeah, I have spent should I share this boring ass site with you guys? I can't remember verbatim or There's some really badass fucking science channel that I'm subscribed to. And he doesn't post a lot. There we go. Thank God I was able to find it. Okay.
Most plane doors aren't locked. There are no keys.
All right, so I'm just going to share the channel link with you guys. It's a really good channel. If you haven't watched, Dave, don't fuck with me. You got it. This shit's good. He does a lot of different stuff, like some really fucking good, boring but mind-bending stuff. So there you go. Check that out. Anyways, he did some good stuff on the I try to watch the whole fucking quarks and whatever. I know there's like a couple different categories that all that fucking crazy shit. Some of that, it gets hard for me to contemplate. I admit. Dave, right, because the satellites aren't spinning around the Earth at the same rate that we here on Earth are moving, correct? Yeah, I don't like that song. It's not, I don't dislike it. Didn't they have a better song, Dave? Didn't they do Meet Virginia? Meet Virginia. Something, something. She works on carburetors. I can't do it. I'm a dick. There's some fucking shit. I don't know. I'm a dick. I could never stand that tune. But I know Dave loves Slayer, so... Is that the same band that does Meet Virginia, though? God, why do I keep thinking Oleander? That's not it. What is it? I don't know. Anyways. She never wears a dress. Hair is always a mess. I might have to hear that tune now, y'all. Meet Virginia, lamp, pa-pap, pa-pap, lamp, pa-pap, pa-pap. Will somebody answer me? Is that the same fucking band? Your fucking Australian man is a blouse, darling. The church. Under the Milky Way tonight. Is that the only tune only hit they had? I'm pretty familiar with the song, I think. Surprised I got that so wrong. The church, huh? Is there anything else you guys want to say? I want to apologize if I was made anybody uncomfortable. I mean, it's never in my intent to fucking turn folks away. But I don't, and I don't mean to sound like a crass ass. I don't feel guilty for being who I am. It sucks if who I am turns people off, but holler at me. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Human says we should go destroy the trolls in the White House chat. You know what I'll do, Human? I'll leave this shit up and we'll just keep the fucking countdown clock up. I'm going to fuck the camera off and fuck the mic off. And I'm going to go do a BRB. And I'll see you guys over in the White House chat. How much more should I go on about how much I love you guys without getting too fucking awkwardly cringy mushy? If I just tell Dave that I love him like a motherfucker, and it also applies to all you guys, will that work? Will that be all right? Because I do. All right. Human called it. I appreciate you folks. Thanks for, yeah, whatever. I start feeling weird. It's like we're just fucking chilling. Friends chilling. I don't know y'all any thanks. You know how I feel. You know TV's heart. You know my heart. All right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Give me a minute to... I'm going to leave this up, though, just for a chat box. But I'll see you over in the White House chat. Shred some motherfucking chuds, yo. You know what I'm saying? we had fun. Don't you ever call me again. Here's my number just in case, 'cause you know we'll always be friends. And I found what I was looking for all of this time. It was always right here in front of my eyes. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for, what I was looking for. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for, what I was looking for. Said we had fun, now don't you ever call me again. I'll be around just in case, 'cause you know we'll always be friends. You and I've been down this road too many times. The answer's always been right here in front of my eyes. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for, what I was looking for. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found